Yeah. Good morning, Queen Spee. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing it. I'm streaming. After. Hi, señorita Pajara Isca. Hi, Elvis Tech. ¿Cómo estás? Oh, it's Saturday. And I missed a day. No. It has been a while. It has been a little while. I was aiming to... I'm sleepy. I stayed up late last night. Or rather, system up late last night. Good old autocorrect. I was I was intending to stream last Saturday, however, family thing came up, and so Mom and I had to skip town for a few days to make sure that wasn't too much. I mean, it was a lot because of how big my mom's side of the family is. But my grandma got into a bit of an accident. Broke her left wrist, and I think she fractured the upper part of her femur, so like the thigh bone. But she wasn't doing too bad. I think she was more annoyed because of the quality of the food that the hospital was giving to her. I wish I could describe to you the absurd amount of peas that were in this like chicken supreme thing. Absolutely absurd. I hope she gets right soon. Yeah. She should be doing it. She should be doing better soon, because they put some pins in to stabilize the joints that were injured. And the day before we set off, the day we left that city, just before we came home, we got to see like a physio assistant give my grandma a couple of like leg stretches to do, or leg exercises, and she was doing them pretty well. But yeah, the crux of the, or I should say, no, not the crux. Really the most intense thing about it was just being around all my family. Well, more specifically my great aunts, because they all being my grandma's sisters, and all of them being, you know, country raised ladies from a very big family. It's a little exhausting. But hey, I'm home. We got home on my sister's birthday, so that's alright. We went out to dinner the other night to an Italian restaurant, and it was pretty good. It was just not entirely cheap, and yeah. I did get to see a big old green frog in one of the alleys, because we parked our car behind in a like back parking lot. So as we were coming back, I just spotted this frog. Huge frog. But hey! We're starting a new episode. The return of the great departed soul.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
Phone.
And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Fucking Google Play Store. Giving me the most pointless thing.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Whoa! A random encounter with a frog after dinner in an Italian restaurant. What a random thing. I know. Actually, the last couple Wednesdays, there's been a frog parked right in front of our front door. I swear it's the same one.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Scientific experiment? Who are these clowns?
The 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Wait a minute. Hold on, I think that's Synth V Remnant on the side to the left. In his younger years.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
What?
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
You don't say. I was about to say, this looks a lot. It looked like a big old tuba. Or one of them, mountain horns.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
I'm impressed by the trill in that R just then. Alright. Bye, Remnant. See you in 5,000 years.
In but a few moments from now.
Did you see the way he scrambled?
These gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Oh, you can't say this man doesn't love what he does.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Oh no!
Please! That's not what I wanted!
Uh-oh, disaster strike. 2nd of October, 9:36 a.m. Shums is sweet. Very good.
Bruno!
Excuse me.
Bruno, are you listening?
Sorry. What was that, Iris? Sorry, not long just had dinner.
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
How could anyone hate what Iris makes for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper! It's full of news about the great exhibition again.
Sorry. Yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. I think I left the oven on.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Harry?
Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
Oh! When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? Put him up! Put him up! I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much that I didn't notice your presence. The less dramatic moves. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Shums, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Always will. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months.
Since I was forbidden from working in court. When did that happen? So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Harry?
I knew it. Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. What's the matter with Mr. Shums today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go to see it together?
I want to, of course I do. But I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Harry.
Yeah, so what's the excuse really? Tell us how you really feel, Shums. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. The event 6 months ago. Yeah, how did that happen? Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Oh yes, Case 1-5. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. But failed. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Nutterherder. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Reno? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room. And the notes about Sholmes's old cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea. Fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Nutterherder. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart.
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favourite fellow. He's not mine either, but he is the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. Let's talk about the Great Exhibition. Excuse me. The whole of London's been swept up in this Great Exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things? Fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. Man doesn't understand the idea of thermodynamics. Or the idea of an updraft.
That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. Yeah. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. Excuse me. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Yes, that's what I learned playing Kingdom Hearts. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Sorry, I was trying to think of a pertinent set of song lyrics. I couldn't think of any. Sorry. Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Actually, how long has the Sun been in the Sun, the newspaper, been in circulation, I wonder? Let's have a look at it. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. We've got a picture of that guy. What's on the back? Oh! The Reaper attacked! Ruffians aim to intimidate a man of justice. What does that say? King Christian VII reverses ruling awards prize to Michelle. Who's Michelle? Lost cat? Ugh. So many glowing reports about the exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. I know, someone's lost their cat. Wait, what? What's the matter, Una? The Reaper attacked. Fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. French court hears glass eye case. The juge de paix of Neuilly is presented today with the most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. The whole affair began when Madame Puyet, the defendant, ordered the eye as a replacement for the natural eye she'd lost. Upon its arrival, she found she could see no more with it than she could before, and became incensed at the thought of paying for a deficient product. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see out your glass eye. It's a ball of glass. Girl, come on. Anyway, fiery ball gown. An evening of cordial dancing, not cordial dancing. I think that's a little different. Turned into a blazing ball last week when one of the lady attendees' dresses accidentally caught on fire. In her panic at the sudden appearance of flames at her feet, the lady dashed madly about the whole of the... no fewer than 3. Thankfully, the... Young American lady by the name Maria Mitchell of Nantucket, Massachusetts. There were a couple competing claims of the new comet's discovery. Ooh, a comet! From all nations, including one by British astronomer Mr. William Rudder Dowes. King Christian was swayed by the fervent petition of Harvard President Edward Everett, who urged the charge d'affaires of the United States at Copenhagen as the fact of Miss Mitchell's discovery is undoubted and something. No. It was, King Christian VIII of Denmark? I guess. That's Lord Van Zieks. Very good, Renosuke. What was your first clue? The fact that that's him in the picture? The fact that it says his name right there? This must be what Mr. Shums was talking about. No. Does he know any more, I wonder? Well, before that, we gotta figure out why Shums is sad today. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Shums? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case it... Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please! You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. How dare you be correct? Remember what I always say? Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Shams? I tell you what, those 6-inch stilettos fit rather well, Mr. Naruhodo. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. But before you go, what the hell is this about the Reaper? It says in the paper Lord Van Zieks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes. Prosecutor Barrett Van Zieks. There he is. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness! Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Aha, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
Oh, he's all dressed up.
Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Shams. You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind. But now I am wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door.
Oh! Right then, Bruno. Let's get going.
Oh, look at her! Iris, what are you wearing?
I got changed to go to the great exhibition. You're going to take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
Pointing the smoke gun at him.
This is a threat, Mr. Bruno.
All right, fine. Just lower the weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the great exhibition.
And please take your finger off the trigger. That's not proper weapon handling. The most normal day, isn't it just? The most normal of days in an Ace Attorney game. All right. Lord Chief Justice's office. Been a while since we last visited this place. Sorry, that was my drink. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. I managed to expertly open a corked bottle of Moscato earlier. I grabbed a tea towel, put it over, just twisted the cork. The loud pop was Moscato. It is a wine. It is a white wine. White? I think it's white. It looks... yeah, I think it's a white wine. It's got a little bit of a greenish tinge, but that's grapes. That's just grapes. But yeah, Moscato is the, Oh, you hope you can drink wine again soon, Elvis Tech. Oh. You're not able to drink wine at the moment? Yeah, Moscato... It's a sweeter wine, but it's still got the... Relatively, compared to a lot of wines. But it's still got a good tang to it that I appreciate. It's not too dry. And I'm not a big fan of dry wines. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change. Like this sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Oh, look at her! Baby! It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. So I love how you can... Oh, got some kind of weird sickness affecting your stomach. You'll be able to eat normally in 2 months. It's triggered by stress, so my body can't handle it, and my stomach suffers. Oh, that's no good. Yeah, I hope your stomach does get better soon. Sooner rather than later. I was about to, what was I? I was about to say, you can see how the background is, how the perspective is shifted.
Oh, I love this place.
Hope so I can't even eat fries. Oh, I'm so sorry. My greatest condolences. Fries are good. Fries are great.
I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Yes, that's right. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. On a soft diet of things like rice and soups. Well, rice and soup, at least it's not so bad. Soup's always good. Now, how the hell did I voice this guy again? Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. I want fries with cheese. Oh, Vistek. Stay strong. You'll be able to have the fries with cheese again. How did I voice stream that again? Though I will be real, I don't think I can change my voice up that much. Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well.
Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
Someday now is someday, but now it's pills time and watch my favorite streamer, hehe. Ah, thank you. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Oh, real?
Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The IFS. Oh, I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future, and the world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can't very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. We know. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens.
You know, just take a deep breath and come out with it. This is a threat.
Permission to work, sir? I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system, and I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again? Do not make me go into a dogeza. Don't make me beg, sir.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes! Oh, here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful news, Rudo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback.
My what?
A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please, tell me more. A curious affair. You described it as a curious affair?
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How is it described? A super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my Hubble blends need. A dash of devil-may-care.
Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. Incidentally, Mum and I went to a market last Sunday when we were out. And there was a market stall with like all these well, not hand. I wouldn't say handmade, but like custom. Like they were. It was like a local home brand of like tea mixes. Mum picked up a few, and I picked up one that was like a chai. And then the day before we left the city to come home, I spilled chai tea in one side of my bag, of my carry bag. I was devastated. I didn't mean to do it. I know how it happened. But God. Luckily, it wasn't the side of the bag where I keep all my things like my phone. Or my wallet.
It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Esmond, an an investor and a well-known figure in society.
A large explosion.
A man died.
Sorry, Iris.
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow on the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
The Great Exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong and murder. I feel out of my depth before I've even started.
Still, we should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Did you think?
Definitely. Fuck the exhibition, I guess.
Oh yes, one more thing about this case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh? With Lord Van Zeeks. How? Anyway, tell us about the Forensic Science Symposium.
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate.
That is how population density works, yep.
So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly! The future of policing!
I keep forgetting this guy likes to be loud.
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly! It's extremely alarming!
Ah! Stop it!
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure, the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Ayo? Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
Oh no! You're gonna be there forever. What?
Oh, how fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. I was... So then I said to Mabel, I said... And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. And that was what I said to Mabel, I said. Essentially, to formally establish a forensics investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh! Right. Yes, that's... wonderful!
Oh, I think I dozed off in the middle there, but I'm sure I got the gist of it. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be.
Iris! Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. I wonder how many books she went through while Strongheart was rambling. At least 5.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Well, can we present him anything? That reminds me, have you seen this?
The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story?
Skeleton catches bumbling burglar? Hey yo, I want to read that story. Come on. Come on, man. There's also an ad for Altamont Gas Company, which is really good. And Women Form New Suffragist Group. New Suffragist Group. The something National Union of Women Societies officially formation today have been group. Yeah, that seems about right for the time.
Ah, yes, I've seen that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Oh, Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
No, Iris. He would have said. It would have been on the front page, honestly.
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
Let's see. It does, strangely. Tell us.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zeeks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. The leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zeeks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money. Upwards of $10.
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman.
Wait, did you say Asman? The Ass Man? You're telling me the leader of a criminal syndicate was named the Ass Man? Garfield finally did it! He finally got that goddamn Odie. How you doing, Lynn? Just like me, for real, for real! Oh, doing good, that's good. Oh.
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor?
Why not?
He's that good.
He's the only one they got, I guess.
All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. Sorry, the wording caught me off guard.
Please don't get off in court. Or at almost public spaces, please. For your own safety.
And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. To be fair, I never knew it was a euphemism until I started talking to Americans.
Well,
I only ever heard it as the euphemism first before not forensics, before the judicial slang. Where was I? I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital bar none. Secondly, the man is the only prosecutor in the capital we have. Secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
but that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. Granted, back in the 90s in the UK, we used to say "get off" as another way of saying "I don't believe you." Oh yeah, I can picture it. Yeah. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. Holy shit! My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours late! That's quite something.
That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. His timekeeping skills are almost as bad as mine. Oh, don't I know it. The time blindness. It's no small problem.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh, yes. Where would I find Lord Van Zieks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Off we go. Lord Chief Justice's office.
What a fun place. Oh, I'd love to strip that big clock apart, you know? You haven't been to this place yet. Don't forget to take me with you when you go.
To the prosecutor's office! Ooh. Oh, look at that big-ass painting. Is that a Van Zeeks?
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Oh, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deadly atmosphere.
Oh, is that... What the hell is that? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. His or her. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Huh? Oh, whoops.
What are you doing here?
Excuse me. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. I'm glad to see you well.
I am.
I'm really good at this voice acting thing. So, who's the person over the wall? By the wall being... So who's who's the person over by the wall being punished or for something or other?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh?
That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will.
I didn't know you had an apprentice.
Neither did I.
It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper.
He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? By which I mean you yourself.
The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms.
I want to look around this place. Let me see. Ooh. Look at all that vintage. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there.
My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And I bet you pay them so handsomely for every one you break.
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile.
I defile? Sir! So it's my fault. Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Unbelievable. Ooh, a chessboard. Lord Van Zeeks' desk. Look, it's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? As opposed to your non-Japanese shogi game? Question mark. You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
Yeah. I hate chess. I'm not good at it at all. What the hell is... Nothing particular of note. Oops. Oh, I guess I can't look at that. I guess I can't look at that little thingy.
Oh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket.
Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved.
I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Nice try, Ryunosuke. Let's check out this painting. Oh, that portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Oh!
Hello!
Hello, sailor? Well now. It's a very majestic outfit in pose, but sadly... Sorry, I'm having thoughts about somebody else that I should probably draw in this way. Whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zieks' facial features.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated. It's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
That reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
Iris and Ryunosuke really just walked in here and started shit-talking Van Zieks while he's standing right there. So true.
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious.
Oh, of course, of course, of course. Oh, then, who is it? He didn't say. Oh my god, look at all these barrels. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Oh, there's some bats! Just 2 bats! Wait! Ah, those were bats!
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind?
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Yeah, what was I saying? I had a thought about drawing somebody in a way. I'm sure it's nobody in particular. No one in particular, not at all. Nobody specific that I'm thinking about. Absolutely nobody. No one. You couldn't pay me to tell you who it is. You just don't know. Anyway, who's this galoot? Really looks more like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Reno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Hold on, wait, hold on. I think there was a case in Spirit of Justice that had someone keeping a body in a sitting pose. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Well, anyway, dead or alive, he was bowing, that's right. he was too, yeah. Because it was at that, it was in that, monastery. Monastery? Yeah, that place. In Karain. Anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead.
He's not dead! Wait, was it? I miss him every day. I'm not dead! Sometimes I think I can hear his voice on the wind. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there.
Casks in the Reaper's chamber. Or are they caskets?
You don't think? All those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? Ooh.
What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Fine vintage victims. Ooh.
You and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office and to talk nonsense within my earshot.
Hold on. Hey, you're in the newspaper. Did you see? Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper.
Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured,
Indeed, who knows where that skeleton is now? Wait, different report.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it?
As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice.
Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him?
Nah.
Hold on. We could show him the armband. Let's do it. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but
What is it exactly?
it's the mark of a defense lawyer. In Japan, at least.
And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor?
Oh, well, I don't know, really.
I can understand at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today.
Oh?
But that's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt.
No, I suppose not. Oh, I got an achievement for that. Nice. Thank you for understanding, though. Nice. Interesting, yes. Very interesting indeed. So what happened last night? Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack?
True. Carried out by henchmen of Odie Esmond's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened.
Odie Esmond.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. but his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted...
Sorry.
Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
Going between the low and high points in my voice box. It's not easy.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death.
I know about that. It was... My cute voice is very cute. Thank you. Honestly, I'm impressed I could still keep it up after all this time. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Given more time, I could think of a better descriptor. Oh, I usually refer to it as my baby voice.
Your baby voice.
Yeah. Mr. Asmund died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct.
Oh god. Ha! So I'm still streaming, cool. For a brief moment we had a bit of a power surge, but I think it only affected the lights and my air conditioner. They went out for a second. Ooh, that was scary. All good. Not as scary as that one earthquake, at least.
And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runa? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. So far, unlike the main series, there's been zero supernatural things. That's true, yeah.
Albert. Albert Harebrain.
That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
You're...
What?
Wow, can you say conflict of interest? Ah, the second most popular ship in this game. Really? Him and his contemporary? I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though.
Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all.
I thought the name Harebrain didn't sound very German. So you were students together. And they were students together?
I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
Can you at least cross your eyes a little more when you look this way? You're looking a little... It looks like you look in two different directions. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me.
Of course. By you? Why are you surprised, Ryunosuke? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We are friends, it's true.
Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone could do to save him. He's doomed!
What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? He's thinking he may need to visit the vineyard for a few extra bottles, I think. Speaking of wine. Ah, close to finishing this glass. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
But... that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
No, it was Ginny!
To be fair, one of those wasn't the Reaper, just a guy avenging his father. That's true, yeah. Oh, what's his nut? Benny Eggedict. No. Benny Eggs. Eggs Benny. Yeah, that's it. Egget Benny. I forgot his actual name. The third Mario brother, yeah! No, I think that's Sponge.
No, it was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh?
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
Do you mean to say...
I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide.
Alright. Lord Van Zeeks. So who's your apprentice?
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Runo.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask.
on Lord Strongheart's orders.
Wonder what that's about.
Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
So what do you call him then? But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right. Because a lot of it's just sounding like an older boy told me to do this. Hello? Oh, that's a really cool mask. Ah!
The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs.
Nice to meet you. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu? Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. I'm sure that means nothing.
Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
I just remembered a neat fact about this game, and that you can tell when Ryunosuke's speaking English or Japanese if he refers to people with Mr. or San. Yeah, I did notice that in the cases with Natsume. I did notice that. I thought that was a good touch. Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. Genuinely, the localization work on this pair of games, I think, is some of the best that the Ace Attorney localization team has done. It couldn't be. Agreed, yeah.
Ah yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh? What's that?
That Nipponese man, is he faring well?
Sorry?
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters.
Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Speaking of Mr. Natsume,
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Bruno.
he's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. Oh wait, that's a turn up for the books.
A mad scientist? Oh, you mean Professor Harebrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Where are your roommates? When will you be roommates? You will be in to prison.
Let's find out what the story is.
Oh, there he is. God, he doesn't even sit like a straight person. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. That sitting posture is neither straight, nor is it, neurotypical. I say as a neurodivergent and non-straight person. Kind of.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look.
But that's neither here nor there. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me? Professor Hairbrain? Huh? But who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer! Oh my god, he's got the pretty eyes. Ah! Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success! By anyone's calculations! But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Sorry, I'm just kind of I'm absorbing the theme. His theme song. It's very fascinating. Oh, we can ask about the varsity years with the Reaper. But let's talk about the demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday? But also, who's this guy giving? Who's Hairbrain giving? He kind of looks like if Vash the Stampede put his hands into an electrical socket.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Very poofy hair, yeah. Though we wouldn't say that the word poofy. Not in Australia. That word has a very different connotation. Much more derogatory. Fluffy, puffy, like cloudy even. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. Yeah. It's not a... Yeah. It's a very unusual one. And I reckon not a lot of people overseas would know it. That it is technically a slur by Australians slang. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, Everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis.
Teleportation.
However, the machine exploded and Mr. Assman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Assman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that I wish to be punished. At once! Ayo? But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see.
Harry and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
Did you say hey-oh when he said he wanted to be punished? Yeah, I did. I do remember the last time a defendant said, please, just punish me. Just wanted to make sure. On what grounds? Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder,
then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then the patent will be ruined. They'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Actually, when were patents invented? When was the concept of the patent codified, I wonder? Ah, I see now. I'm glad Ryunosuke understood all that, because I didn't. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes! Or rather, no. The devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating!
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. Okay. But then, at the other end, how do the particles know how to put themselves back together again? You could end up with gray gloop. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. What is this guy's movements? Oh. I thought Shakespeare had movement. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theatre, say. The possibilities are endless. And also very bad for your case. Very true. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrooms on rocky seas for 50 days. Ooh. Wouldn't that be nice, huh, Ryunosuke? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think you would feel like it had shrunk.
My word! That's exactly right! Oh, what are the implications? What does this mean? What does it all mean?
Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. Thank you, Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes. How dare you be correct?
Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Assman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? But before that, tell us about your varsity years. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days? Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? He was a dweeb! A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-round nice fellow, really. It feels like I'm playing Tomodachi Life right now, just the way he snaps between animations. It's just like I'm watching a me do everything at once. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was in university?
Talk about a leading question, Bruno.
As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family with all its great aristocratic origins.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Iris, his name has Van in it. That's a noble naming thing. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Alright. Hey! Get out of my coke. Bloody ants have come around again. Because of the rain. I need to get a new ant trap. The victim! The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odiesman, wasn't it? You know, it sounds a lot like Odious Man. How subtle. What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thank my lucky stars! I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then?
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. I think I'm getting his voice down now. Mr. Assman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications.
But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
Just a reminder that the entire reason this great exhibition is happening is because France did one. Of course! Of course! France made a great exhibition? Well, we'll make our own exhibition and it'll be bigger and better than the one France did. Like that, right? I can say this because Australia is still part of the Commonwealth. As of this recording. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Assman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. France built a mall, England built a bigger mall. France built a great exhibition, we torched their crops. Wait a minute. No, that happened. Yeah. England can't let anyone sit on a high rung. England's gotta be the top. Every time. Which is why it's having a terrible time at the moment. Or at least the people are. I would never ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. Yeah, I think this guy would be bad at murder. Yeah. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yeah, that seems right. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Yeah, dude, I believe in your hippopotamus. What? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that. All my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you. And I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Luck also plays a very big part in success too. But we can just leave that for another day. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
All right, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the great exhibition.
Sorry?
That's why I'm here. That's where the incident happened, isn't it? Remember, it's not a promise, it's a threat.
I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last.
You're taking me there, Runo. Whether you like it or not, you are taking me there. Poor Professor Bunnybrain. But don't worry, we'll come to your rescue. And that's a threat. A great
Oh, that was a good one. The experimentation stage. I was trying to say the two words experimentation and exhibition at the same time. Experibition.
At the foot of the Crystal Tower.
The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
There are a lot of people out there. I've almost been trodden on 3 times too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. I almost said thongs. Again, another word that has different meanings depending on where you are. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday.
Wah!
Hot air balloons. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute. That's it. We're going back to Winnipeg.
Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices. You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Oh, just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yoo-hoo! Rexy! What are you doing up there?
Hold on. Aw, I was hoping he'd call back and then I'd shout from the other side of my room. I like doing that. Oh. Oh! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? Why does that sound like something? 3 times a lady. Book. You do his accent way better than most. Do I? Oh, that's cool. Thank you. I do have a little a little bit of practice, and I've watched a fair bit of British crime procedurals. Jonathan Creek, for instance. Midsummer Murders. Hot Fuzz. No, wait. That's not British. No, we don't. Wait. Yeah, it is. Hands in a Blade. Now those are shows I haven't seen in ages. Yeah. True. But as long long time since been a while since the last season of Jonathan Creek, certainly. I say season, it was like 5 episodes.
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere.
Oh! Welcome back, Quipsby!
I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Oh! I could not wait in a 3-hour queue just for a balloon. Although I've never actually been in a hot air balloon. I don't think I could stomach it. It seems too scary. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Huh. Wonder what he was suspended for. I'm sure it's nothing important. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Oh! Look how sad he looks! Like he's been rained on. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry? I heard those thoughts. What gives in? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Confession time? Ah, dear me, that's a situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? For the longest time I thought that was bread he was eating! Oh no! Oh, that's really funny! The classic English... the classic English meal of bread and chips! I was like, bread and chips? You'd forgotten about fish?
Measly 5 bob? Is that all you got?
Some things go for 10 bob. You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Narrow-Odo. I swear it looks like a round loaf of bread. It does look a little bit like a rounded, like, pushed, like, pressed loaf of bread. Like a sourdough. I think. Oh, hold on. One moment. There we go. But hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. I love sourdough. Hell yeah, Quibsby. Sourdough's good. Damn, Ryunosuke, you only had 1 coin left? He's been out of work for 6 months. I'm surprised he has any coins. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, Otto? Diver? Pickpocket? What's all the name calling? I had those thoughts. You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. Well, that ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Hell yeah! 997. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that.
For what it's worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Actually, now you say it does look a bit like a hot dog bun, that piece of fish. A hot dog bun that hasn't been cut into.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir.
This. I wish I had a picture of Whooper on hand. This raises a lot of questions. Well, before anything else, I see some interesting, fascinating things around. Like this piece of tarp thing. Is that tarp?
Look, what's this? A wrapped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff.
Looks extremely durable.
Tarp.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion?
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's maybe on.
What a coincidence. I too am currently playing a game that has a crystal tower. It wouldn't happen to be Final Fantasy 14? With the free demo that goes up to level whatever it is? And takes you through takes you through to Endwalker or something? Or however it goes? Final Fantasy 14! Level 80 with Shadowbringers now? Of course. I'm a little bit out of the loop, as it were. As I've maintained, the only other Final Fantasy I've played is specifically 10-2, because my cousins had it at their place, and also Chocobo Tales on the original DS. For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot, look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Like, say what you will about the other Chocobo spin-offs, like the Chocobo Dungeon and Chocobo Racing GP. I just want them to bring back Chocobo Tales. Bring back Chocobo Tales. I need it! 10-2 was stinky, but 10 is my fave game. I have no idea if I've ever played 10. I may have not. I could not tell you. Oh no, I did play a little bit of Final Fantasy 13 and did not get very far because I was very bad at the combat.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Oh, the protagonist of Chocobo Tales is in 14. No way! Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Runo.
Australians, yeah. Definitely.
What the hell is this thing over here? It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just there.
Like their crossbow. If you're from Liverpool, you can be pretty laid back. Ah, I see. Dropped or hid. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? You know, it also looks a lot like... I don't know if it does also look a lot like the main part of a hand whisk. of a hand mixer. Just without the attachments.
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Someone was baking a cake. Perhaps. Actually, I did finally bake that cake for myself. Just stuff that into your pocket, no biggie, yeah. It didn't look that big. I mean, all these characters have to have special pockets, because, you know, Gregson certainly stuffs his fish and chips into his pocket. Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. Those fish and chips are a pocket dimension. You're so right. Can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. Well,
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum.
oh man.
But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly, it's not the crystal tower anymore, but the crystal glass shower. Good one, Ryunosuke.
Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to
Look down on the disaster area from above instead. Insert canned laughter. Oh, I wish I still had that old that soundboard I had. The thing died. Of course it did.
But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
But oh well, if that soundboard hadn't died, I wouldn't have gotten my current Rode microphone. Londoners must be very patient people. Alright. Looky at the uppie. Those guys. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success.
What's the wooden scaffold there for?
The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Dunno, really. You helped to erect the scaffold then? Ah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. Boot to the head. And another for Jenny and the Wimp. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Nah. Probably more like cannon fire. If I had to guess. He was launched. I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating in the sky?
Oh, they're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much.
I've read about situations like this in a magazine. About strange phenomena, excuse me. Creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth.
What?
I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the Great Exhibition. Nah. This is it, Iris. It's happening.
It's not, don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Runo.
I'm glad the 10-year-old understands that they don't have aliens where they live. Not from outer space, anyway. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan.
Oh yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Runo. It's time you got used to our measurements.
Nah. Yes, well. This thing's so tall the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
Oh, excuse me. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. I thought the saying was the darkest spot is the place where the moths try to get to when they fly around lamps. Oh, another spot. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. What? Oh. Here we are on the stage with the giant freaking space laser. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up?
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course. Halley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Huh. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. Uh-huh.
One time he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Excuse me. Oh, Greggy. Oh, look, it's Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
William and Turner. I know of at least 2 characters named William Turner. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently.
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know? Don't ask me. I'm just a girl. Just a baby.
Indeed, Iris. A child when it suits you, you mean? Don't be mean, you.
From what I can tell, I think...
Stop! Don't touch that!
Practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Grexy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
Oh, so sorry. You can have some of my latest special blood to make up for it.
Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Ha! Listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. Is that blaster's Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame? It's driving me potty.
Oh yes, the special dispensation. The professor mentioned it too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
Ah, bureaucracy.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Aye? Look!
Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please, don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno? Besides, I'm wearing gloves.
She really knows how to get what she wants. Let's talk. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower is an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean?
Well, the government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see.
Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way.
So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were.
Ah, IP law. Or something.
Right through developing it into a practical idea and then going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the Yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
The Forensic Investigation Team. I don't know where I was going to go there for a second.
Don't know where my brain was headed. I think I was thinking of the word invention. Any old fool could see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Grexy. He's very head up, isn't he?
Special dispensation. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's a Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
The Sidufisia.
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
It's the fourth time he said it, yeah. I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. passed especially for this great exhibition, it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself.
Alright, settle down. Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
We had lower standards back in the 1900s.
Yeah.
Man, early 1900s times was scary.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration.
Could you imagine, eh?
Hang science that's what I say.
I can't believe Gregson admits he's anti-intellectual.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
Oh, you'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
He's clearly using magic for those infinite fish and chips. You're right. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. Bloody government.
Historically, I do remember a lot of sham inventions being done for the sake of these grants. Yeah, that does sound
Like the thing that would happen.
a bit like how, a bit like with, the, fossil races. A lot of archaeologists or paleontologists would dig up any old dinosaur bones and string them together and present them as a full thing, whether or not those bones actually belonged to each other. So they could claim, "Hey, look, I discovered this. Name this dinosaur after me, please. Now my last name is spelled this. Anyway. We've been going, but we already invented trains for 200 years now." It's a bit like that. Tell that to the blicks down in Silicon Valley, I guess.
If any theory or invention's deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Grant, rather.
The scientists get funding.
Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. God. Bloody hell. Cops weren't made to serve. What do they think we are, public servants? So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it.
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Tell us about Professor Hairbrains and Inspector Inspector Gregson. Apparently, Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. Turns out, he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks! If I was... This is just making me think of playing the Sims when you tell your Sim to gossip with another one.
Aye?
What's that?
That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks means the prosecution, then as the accused, the Professor's fate is...
Sealed, because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The mystery of the Reaper?
Just a second. I'm gonna sip my Coke and brush the ants away once again.
Since I finished my Moscato. The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Assman. Oops. He was another of the Reaper's victims. Or so I heard.
Lord Barrett Van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes...
By the way, what do you think of my armband? Yeah, I should do that, yeah.
Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom.
It was the 1900s. If you weren't bribing the jury, it was just bad sport. I mean, what? I mean, huh? Who said that?
There's no question in my mind I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have coincidentally died if nobody killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Just like the mystery of who's Lila. Don't worry about it. It's 1900s England. It's super dangerous. Yeah. I mean, it was not long after you had the... what's his nut? Jack the Ripper. Yeah.
He only occurred, like, a few years before the turn of the century, right?
So many people accidentally and brutally stabbed themselves while shaving. Yeah. Exactly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zeeks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. That is not what he said at all. He said unassuming and gentlemanly. Pay attention.
You what?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what that was?
No clue.
Really?
Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh?
Alright. Oh wait, yeah. That's right, we were gonna show him my armband. Ryunosuke's armband, rather. What do you think of this? This is the symbol of a defense lawyer where I come from, Inspector.
Well, it doesn't pass muster here in London. You might as well chuck it in the deep fat fryer.
No one's ever said that to me before. Mr. Mr. Shum suggested I feed it to a dog, though. If you fry it first, you can feed it to me.
Does he think it's made of potato?
Incredible. Alright, let's look at this thing. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, yeah? Sir, I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the Professor claims? He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
Hey! It's a screwdriver, I think.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is? Oh, yes, you're right. Either that or it looks like it kind of looks a little bit like the tower. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched a teeny weeny bit. Teeny weeny bit. But Grexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. Yeah, because we know the police weren't deaf. You kidding me? But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runa found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. Sorry, I got a itch on my nose. I think I got it.
That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. Yeah. Indeed. Oh, we can look at the Ferris wheel. What is that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel.
It's a Ferris wheel! It's a Ferris wheel.
He's going to accidentally and brutally stab himself while shaving in next month's issue. You're so right, Lynn. Ugh, he's gonna look like a total idiot. That'll show him.
That's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I don't know, Ryunosuke. Have you ever been chased by an errant Ferris wheel? I think a certain professor could tell you all about it.
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runa.
God, the new Professor Layton is taking forever to release. Those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runu, please!
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground. I'm too scared.
Oh, well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said.
Oh no. What's she gonna say?
It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground. As long as it doesn't explode.
Yes! Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Such that it is. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. Considering the gas they're most likely using, yeah. Yeah, no, I remember the stories about the Hindenburg. Although that one I think was a very particular kind of disaster.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runa. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it?
Nope. Never ever. That building.
There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Reno. I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially.
I recognize that reference.
And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Batitsu Master Ninjas.
What? You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Batitsu?
Oh. Well, that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a chonmage top knot I could introduce you to.
A chonmage! Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you? Well,
I can't guarantee he has the chonmage still. Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. About that. Alright, let's have a look at these things we picked up. Alright. Can't find anything out of place. Not there anyway. Here we go. It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I heard rumors a very attractive young man made him cut it off. Yeah, I think it was I think he might have been a cousin of Ryunosuke's? From the country? I could be wrong. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Shums' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. What's this thingy? It's got a handle. Yeah. Looking at it from this angle, it does look like the the main mechanism of a whisk, a hand whisk, and then you have. But I think this is meant to be some kind of crossbow contraption. If I was a guessing man. And I am good at guessing. I'm not necessarily a man. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Yeah, that's a crossbow. Hell yeah! Glad to be right. What is this? Guessing NB. Yeah, that me. NB. Not brother. What was your first clue? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Bow gun! Whoa, a combined bow! This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right, it's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. Ouch! In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyudo archery training. What I find fascinating is the handle here. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Oh, that does make sense, actually. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device, then. Or one arrow very, very far. In fact, I'd imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Oh, I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. A big old finger trigger, string, handle bandle. Is that everything? Stop. And everything else. Yeah, that looks like that. Hey, what do you think of this? As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10 I find clues turn out to be red herrings. Oh. So there's every chance it's totally irrelevant. That's totally irrelevant. That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Okay, sir. What do you think of this? He thinks nothing of the crossbow, even though you'd think it'd be pertinent. Oh well. How do I get back down? How do I go back downstairs? How do I go back downstairs? Do I just move again? Nope. Nope. How do I go back? How do I go back? How go me back? What? Oh, that's the Ferris wheel. I forget, yeah. Doesn't seem very clear to me. How do I go back downstairs? Because I wanted to talk to Gina and it completely slipped by me. Unless I have to, like, outright leave the area entirely and come back in. Alright. Well, that works. Let's talk to Gina. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realised I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. 2 of them, in fact. Yeah.
I'm so pleased to hear it, Jenny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Doesn't it just? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Very on the nose. Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet.
So anyway,
That's how come I had to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Harry approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Jenny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave.
Well, you know Harry. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
Great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. Like father, like daughter.
So the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Rena? What?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by a Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty. And yet, here she is still.
Come on! You're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called? Cool, you don't half worry, I do.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Insert canned laughter here.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs. So he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. To be fair, an older boy did tell her to do what she had to do.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought?
Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Yeah, she is totally fine.
In fact, she's doing better than she ever has.
Cool. It was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean, you saw Jenny with your own eyes?
Yeah, of course.
The boss is in charge, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose.
That's gonna take some getting used to.
Oh, excuse me.
So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this. I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Jenny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Oh yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No! You can't join Scotland Scotland Yard, Iris? You're just a baby!
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine is exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Alright, well, it was a success. In a way. It was. How can it have been? Successful experiment? One moment. My throat is starting to dry out a bit. Get out of my drinks. Bloody ants. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. At least, like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? In the tower? Once again, I don't think he was transported. I don't think he was teleported so much as just launched. You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold.
Where all the glass is broken, you mean?
Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science? Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. Excuse me. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. 10 bob. Yes, I did actually give that to you. Did I? Let's have a look at it. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Things and scribbles. Very nice scribbles. About the investigation. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. Always worth anyway. Investigating's off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself.
Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday.
Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
Hey, yo! Jinx clip raiding with a party of 13.
Oh! Jinx raid! Oh! Hello, everybody!
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I don't have a raid thing. Hold on. I'll get my boyfriend out. He'll protect me. Here he is. Yee. Oh. Nice. Yeah. Whatever works. Oh, Jinx clip. Did you have a good stream? I hope you did. I keep forgetting that you sometimes stream on these days as well. I love how it's a whole party of 13 and yet I've seen the one message. Oh wait, nope. Love it. Love you all. Hi. I'm Iska. I'm a VTuber. I live in Australia. I'm a Wopatinger. Just not wearing my wings currently. I draw art. Sometimes I make music. And I play games. And I hope you all like funny voices, because that's the thing that I do when I play a video game. Is that I hope I can read the dialogue in funny voice. I say funny voice. But yeah, that me in a nutshell. I guess, I think. Well, that me in the corner, really. In that case, could you... Oh! Oh, there it is, the message from the Jinx Club. Hi, Iska! It's 6:30 a.m., holy moly. Streamed for 13 hours, Oh my goodness. We did chatting, music, played a baseball game called Pro Spirits. I'm so happy to raid and support you, Iska. You're awesome, I must raid and love. Heart, have beautiful rest of stream, Heart. Thank you, Jinx Clip! I appreciate you. Super much. Thank you again. Must raid and run, rather. My goodness, I can't speak. That's all good. Yeah, you streamed for 13 hours. That's really impressive. Like, I'm impressed when I can manage 6 hours for any of my streams, but yeah. Goodness gracious, have a big rest. Have a big sleep in. Because it'll be Saturday now for you. Time flies when you have fun. I shall rest. Good. Yeah. See you again. Next time you raid, or next time you have a stream that I can tune into. Yeah. Could you tell us what you've learned from your investigations? But nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Love hearts. Why? What the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? And yeah, if anyone's sticking around, you can see I'm playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2. This is at Case 3. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. And this is the part of the game that I'm actually playing blind. Because when I first played this game a few years back, I stopped right after the second case, more or less. Like, I'd started this one, but I didn't get very far. Like, I watched like the intro and then just kind of peaced out. But yeah, now I'm flying blind. I don't know what's gonna happen next. So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yay! That's the spirit. A full lowercase yay. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it from down here, didn't you? Oh yeah, totally. It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. Yeah, he never shares them. You say something to him, Otto? Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is. Oh, I was meant to talk to her beforehand. But I kinda...
We can try, can't we, Runo? Greg said he'll listen to us.
Well, we've already talked to him.
Runo, listen.
What is it? Yeah, cause I got distracted looking at everything.
I've been thinking. Harley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I've no idea where to find Mr. Shums at this moment. Excuse me. Little hiccup. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Nah. I don't think so.
Here, this is what you need.
Madam Tuspells. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket. Madam Tuspells. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes,
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo.
Madam Tuspells. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Shons is usually at the heart of them. When it smells, it's always the butts. Alright. Waxwork exhibits. Ah, yes. They're riffing off of Madame Tussauds. Museum of Waxworks. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire! What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes! But why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. God, they're gorgeous.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they?
Please do not touch the statues.
What do you think, Runo? Shocked?
Wax models? Ah! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called adipocere. Adipocere? I don't actually know that word.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me.
This seems like a thing I should look up the one look thesaurus. What do you say?
Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very specific...
Ah!
What now?
I just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. How many magazines about strange phenomena do you read, Yunosuke? There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
So I imagine this is meant to be Ersebet Batory. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh,
And that... There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And that... Oh, I mentioned him earlier tonight, actually. The old what's-his-nut? Jack the Ripper. But God, I don't know about that Herlock Sholmes wax model. That one just looks... I don't know. It doesn't measure up to the real thing, really. I think it makes him look taller than he really is. I don't think he's that tall, really. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait a second. Who are you?
what is it?
Oh no. I must be seeing things. Oh! Well, that's gonna have to wait for a minute. Let's have a look at this. Is this an example of Western Tsujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword? Ah, yes. Tsujigiri is the Japanese name of a Pokemon move that you might know as Night Slash.
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Doing that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned.
Well, I do have a sword, but I've no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Now, what do you mean by that, Ryunosuke? Ooh, a boot?
That's a funny place for a little ladder.
Oh, it's a ladder.
What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just... In Japanese, we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder or just steps.
Yeah, lens on it. Ah, that's a step ladder. That is a step ladder.
So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Bruno.
That's how wars are started! She's not wrong. I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention. But the writer makes an astute point. It's... The great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? We'll be debating about ladders for over 100 years.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know! But look, Reno, you could kick this Helly and he doesn't move a muscle!
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris! Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. Very faint.
Really? Did it?
closely, there are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent.
Mr. Sholmes! Oh, I knew it.
Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo.
Temporary waxwork? What do you mean?
And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me! Right in the crotch! Ah!
But Runa has something he needs to ask you.
A question?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that.
Oh no, stationary, not stationery. That's paper.
And my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax.
Which reminds me. Adiposia. I just wish it had it. Yeah, I'm pretty much saying it right, really. Corpse wax. Cool. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Sorry, I was looking at I was looking at the wiki page for Adiposia, and it has a really cool picture of a mummy.
Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him.
Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing.
Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something's afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now.
But how could it be?
We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work.
What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Incredible. What a couple of dudes we can look at. One standing, the other sitting. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
That's how Hurley gets away with
Making himself a temporary exhibit for the day. Excuse me. Maybe there are other people posing as exhibits in here then. Well, I think one of them's just taking a nap, really.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people.
Ah,
And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
oh, like in Toy Story. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Is this some infamous murderer?
Yeah. Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
Jane the Ripper? Wait a minute. I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes.
Ah!
What's the matter, Renault?
I worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
So why is it there? Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I still think it has to be there for a reason. Yeah, to make a reference to Madame Battery. All right, fine. We'll look at the distended arm here. Extended arm. Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it?
Well, if it walks like an arm and it quacks like an arm, it might actually be a duck.
Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
Or maybe it's a dead body. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Reno, stop scaring me!
Is it a wax arm or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Put that on now and see how it feels.
Objection! That big heavy curtain's in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, that's the famous To Spell Special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment.
It was only a suggestion.
Anything else? No? Okay. What is this place? Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed a great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. I mean, you used to have, death masks. That used to be a thing.
But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors.
House of Horrors!
Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals and their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were set to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them.
Have you heard of poor taste?
My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked.
He's not wrong. So, the hideous exhibits in here are... I mean... executions used to be a public affair. You used to bring your kids along. Hey kids, the local thief, he's getting hanged. You wanna come see?
Okay. Whee! Look, his eyes are bugging out.
That kind of thing.
They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Oh, Renosuke, I'm sure it's just the air conditioning.
Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here.
Okay. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Why are you being a waxwork? What do you mean by temporary waxwork, Mr. Shams?
Exactly what you see.
Hold on. Did his mouth move?
Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act.
Catching them?
Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays. Excuse me. And adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'd happily allow them to take a photograph with us.
Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? No, he means us from Baldur's Gate 3. But why, Mr. Shantz? He needs the work. He can't get shillings doing strips. Sorry.
My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. Shit, I was joking.
He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. Honestly, if he did strip work, he'd be very popular.
As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. I have the ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, honey, I'm so hungry. She's a growing baby. You gotta feed her. No matter what, you gotta feed your children.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo.
What's he threatening to rip me into now?
So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours.
Maybe some other time.
Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril.
Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse?
Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then?
Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks.
Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How'd you find him? Well, I trust.
Yeah, we found him. And so I filled Mr. Shums in about everything I'd learnt. And all the shit we talked about him right in front of him. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeeks such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot? And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about? Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up.
Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable.
Greetings.
Hello? Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? And witchy?
I hope you are appreciating my museum.
Sorry, have we? Huh. Mr. Sholmes, do you know... Not again!
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspellis. This is my museum of waxwork.
What? You're the Madame Tuspellis? Pretty lady.
Yes, sir. Though only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right. Whatever that means.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular.
Lovely, Mr. Sholmes, then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Shums about Lord Van Zeeks now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean.
Or perhaps a hand. Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Waxworks! Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspellis?
I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeliness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying!
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I
create only that which the public wishes to see. Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who's dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry. Perhaps I should have eased you into things.
The Great Detective Waxwork. Tell us about that. Why is he doing this? What's the situation with that?
My temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Oh. What sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective.
Or words to that effect.
Huh. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree.
I feel like there's a preposition missing here.
We were unable to agree on terms.
Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Or words to that effect.
£500, eh? Yeah. I wonder how many pounds that is in 2026 money. Because then when you double that, you get the amount in Australian dollars approximately. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. About 54k pounds. Phew. Yeah. Yeah, about 110,000 Australian dollar dues.
Or words to that effect.
That's a lot!
If the pawnbroker is what it is, he must have something to redeem.
Ooh, I wonder what it is. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Apparently not. Something afoot. Or perhaps a hand? I wonder, could I ask you something?
Yes, sir?
I'm just curious. Is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
He did. Well, it was... And he's gone. Your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned to me a little... Oh, he disappeared. A waxer model is a work of art, not some... A waxer model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Huh? Who's this? Oh. You're There you are!
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame to Spells, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. As our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet.
Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. Oh, he really needs to redeem that thing at the pawnbrokers. What's it? That protection period must be about to turn.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is the Spell's special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must have picked a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Absolutely none. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon.
I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Gasp.
Well, then perhaps Mr. Sholmes. That man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself?
I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact.
What?
As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. The real humans have 3D models, while the waxworks are 2D billboards. So allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand.
So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective at temporary exhibit at work.
Oh. Yep, alright. We're doing a deduction. Topic 1. Waxworks fate.
To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200.
Not a paltry sum. That is all my own money.
So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame de Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice.
I don't think so.
Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200.
No!
Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we're presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you.
Oh, so he's not dead, if that's the case.
Unfortunately, Madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively.
What are you suggesting?
He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Only after the fact. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams were not plagued with regret.
Sold for cash. Next! Waxwork location.
The question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly.
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief, such as is worn by a policeman as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated.
You know, I don't think that's what a yellow scarf means. Chance, I think it means something else. But you know what? Don't worry about it. Let's pretend that's the case.
Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay.
What are you talking about?
Man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards.
But
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork.
but you...
Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence. Tragically low price, you might say.
Should have priced him for 10 bob.
Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks is riddled with cracks. And And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame?
I do not.
Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police, and it remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon.
Discovered already. I see. Well, time to prove him wrong.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Oh good, I'm glad I didn't have to say anything then.
I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
Ah! If I could just bring up one point,
Whoops. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah? The notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow.
According to your deduction then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it?
Hey, I wouldn't put it past some of them. You know what I'm saying. The killer policeman, Ottomo.
Sorry?
It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year.
What?
The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself. A senior officer by the name of Ottomo.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Meanwhile, I was just being tongue-in-cheek. I didn't think the game was actually gonna say that was the case.
Indeed. 'Tis a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well.
But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model?
It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective.
So, it is quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down?
That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
Oh, the smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger.
Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, I'm gonna skip all this because I already went through all this. The answer is revealed by the bundles in the bag. £200. That's her money. What does it reveal? Involuntary glance. Eyes fall over here. Public notice. But that's not where she's looking at all. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance.
Let's follow that photograph again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a man. Oh? Here we are. Note on the wall. What's it say?
What's that note doing pinned on the wall here?
Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Spells, we've taken the prisoner from his room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Well, have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. That's tomorrow.
What?
This is... It's just like the sort of thing left behind when someone's kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. The ransom note?
Take that!
Take that! The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note.
Quite so. And we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it.
The model in question has special importance. So I put together all the money I have.
In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we're presented. Who's the portly gentleman?
He had a for Shepherd Shark, cause of which clearly known to Madame Spells. She's not good at keeping secrets. It was not the 200 pounds, however. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes round.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Cyrus.
Yes, you're right. Harry's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock, that much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Spells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around.
Oh, hello. The hand of Madame.
This is just Madame Spell's right hand, isn't it?
No, that's a left hand. Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. But that's a left hand.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. Look, look. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean... It's made of wax.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand.
Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
How could you?
The hand
The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that it is in fact a left hand.
somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model.
Yeah! Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. Sorry, I was just thinking about something.
They meddled with the exhibits and caused damage.
I was gonna make a stupid joke, but no, never mind. So you mean that arm?
Yes. This gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir.
Ah, no small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later. But for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped.
Kidnapped! Exclamation mark! Next!
Where is the waxwork?
Let's consider. Young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? We need only to observe his left hand.
According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crime is underway. I don't think so. I still don't think that's the case.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without it revealing his identity, yes.
It's just like the one that, what's his nut from the sugar chef from Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Because he also wore a yellow neckerchief.
It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes, his deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly.
Hat. Shoulder stub!
Look at that. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Oh, well that settles that then.
Right. This isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
Your arm's been torn off. It's just a flesh wound. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Take that! Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. I think I found one of Havoc's ancestors. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant Jean Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally, what other explanation could there be? I mean, there's also the velvet cordon around him. And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Huh. Sounding like a Cluedo accusation. Next, we turn our attention to the old man. The unsightly old man wearing the scarf. He hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were a waxwork.
But you...
Notice, observe! 3 pence! Or I should say, threepence! 'twas not a tuppence, but a threepence. What ho, young threepence? A killer policeman called Otter Mole, was it? Was he well known? And other lines that I can still remember from Thank Goodness You're Here.
He was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200? Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottomol? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
Oh! Oh, he's got a nervous twitch. Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
He seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean...
It must be a twitch.
No, I get those too, except they wake me up every time. Never mind that. The point is, waxworks don't tap their feet.
Or twitch.
.tv/Easkabad. Sorry, I couldn't do that with a straight face if I tried. Look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Take that!
Take that! A telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch.
Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard.
Having a big old nap.
Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then.
And there you have it. Well, Madam to Spells.
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place.
He is clearly fatigued. He's sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence?
No doubt the price tag of the muffler which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. I presume you have observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth.
The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped.
And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remains a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Still a mystery. Hooray!
We got a couple steps forward and a couple steps back. Hooray!
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. As for your rough customer, I have no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically it was.
Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish.
Alright, stolen waxwork. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that the waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and...
Whoops. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose.
Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete.
Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital.
10 years ago?
Yes, at exactly the time that Baroque Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact.
What? Surely he's not saying.
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case.
Who was this Professor then? Wasn't Professor the special password that Mr. McGilded had for his for those music box discs? I'm sure that has no bearing on anything. I'm sure it's a coincidence. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction.
But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks?
You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
Members of... Wait, of course. What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh!
This was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks.
No. I don't believe it. Van Zieks.
I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today.
I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit.
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Oh. Oh, hello. It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak.
It's been 10 years. And here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. It could happen.
Tomorrow, the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really...
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. You love me.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Nowadays, we'd call that conflict of interest. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court.
Oh, to be continued. Whoa, almost 4.5 hours. That was pretty good progress. But that was also a pretty long stint. It is very late. Goodness. Yeah, it is time for me to close up shop. Oh. Thank y'all, everybody, for coming in and hanging out with me. It is, time for bed, yes, truly. Yeah, oh my god, it's almost 1 o'clock. Yep. Yeah. Thanks to everyone for hanging out with me. see what if I decide if I feel like streaming on Monday. Otherwise, next Saturday we start trial part 1. Thanks for stream. Have a good night. You too, Lynn. It was good to see you again in my streams. Yeah. Presuming my family doesn't have another accident that has us going out of town again to visit them. Yeah. See y'all then. Take care of yourselves. Good night. Beep 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 beep.